Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going, Oshik? What's going on? Yeah, we're going to be working more on Lurden today. We got a massive list of like just a bunch of little things, so I kind of just want to go through and see how many we can get done today. Hopefully we can do a whole bunch of them. I'd love to get like at least 10 little things done, if not more. Nah, we can do more than 10. Let's do 20. Let's aim for 20 of them. Doing good, nice. Anyways, let's go ahead and get started. Yeah, I've got this big list of things Graham left feedback on. A lot of these are pretty small, quick things I think we can get done, so. One thing I want to do is start the player off with one researcher, so we're going to do that. Let's figure out how we're going to do that. I don't have like a customer count or anything with the research. I just say research plus equals, you know, this upgrade researcher. So it starts at 0. I guess what I can go ahead and do is do the number of researchers plus whether or not that one research is done. So I can say plus get research level of a li dot upgrade. It's actually an upgrade. And there's only one level to it, so that should work. Just to kind of give people an initial, you know, one researcher. I think it would just make early game a little bit better. So let's go ahead and try it out. Probably gonna go delete my save. Alright. So yeah, I can't ascend, so I'm gonna delete my save. Game data. Goodbye. Okay. We should see that we start with one researcher as soon as we do the research. So if I hit that, boom, we can see we have 5 per minute by default. So the idea is that like you can get more research, but it's an additional thing on top of like a base amount of research, right? So I think it's just a good idea. So now I can go into our upgrades. And then for the researcher, I'm going to change generates 5 more research per minute. Okay. So that's like 2 things already. Start the player off with 1 research and then change the research description. Okay. All right. Just looking through all these. Some of these are like insane big things that we can't really do today, but we'll see. Let's look at the research menu because there's a couple things in there. Apparently there is one research I misspelled, or I spelled something wrong in here. Lets you feed fish. Yeah, lets you feed 4 fish for bonuses. Lets you feed your fish. Lets you see the weather before traveling. Unlock upgrades to make the most of your customers. Okay. Ascension. Okay, so that's all good. That must have been the typo. Or was that one? Spelling error inside a research menu. Boom. I guess I better write all these down. Big spelling error for the fish food research. And so you start with 5 research per minute, and now the researcher upgrade is for additional research. All right. So let's see what's next. Full screen button. That's something that we need to do. I added in the ability to go full screen, but I just completely forgot to actually add the button for it. So it seems like a big mistake. Let's go ahead and do that. Now, we need a option button. Put it right in here. And this is going to be, I think, a minimum of 256 wide. Yep. Make it shrink. Okay. Now we're going to give this 2 items. First is windowed, second is full screen. Okay. And I have to figure out the code for this. It'll be kind of similar to this stuff in here. Let's call this full screen. Or I'll call it window mode. Extends option button. We don't need a property. All right, so we're gonna say on ready, our selected value is equal to display server.get window mode. It's not that one. Thought it was. It's like window get mode. It's a little confusing. And what I'm gonna do here, actually, I'm gonna say match window get mode, just so we don't have any weird issues with this, right? Window mode full screen. Window mode windowed. So selected is 1. Selected is 0. Okay. And there is no button pressed on this. There is no toggled. There is item selected. And here we're going to say display server dot set. That's like window set mode. There we go. Whatever is selected. Toggled. Okay, so that should be it. Hopefully. Let's try it out. And it's not going to let me change the mode in here, unfortunately. So let's do unembed the window and try it out. And I'm actually not going to do regular full screen on this, because regular full screen sucks. So I want to do window mode. Oh wait, no, it is regular full screen. Okay, We don't want to do exclusive full screen because that one is annoying. And it did not work for some reason. It must be setting it to windowed. Okay, windowed is 0. Oh, full screen is 3. Yeah, this is what we need to figure out. So windowed. And then on ID on this, it's going to set it to 3. That gives us an index. See, it's a little confusing. So I don't want to say that. I have to like figure it out. Then on index, I want to say get item ID, and then we pass in the index. This is what we want to do instead. All right, let's try this again. Say, hey, bro, welcome in. All right, let's see. So I can go windowed mode or full screen. Windowed, full screen, windowed, full screen. And I kind of just ignore the maximized mode, right? So we're also then going to go ahead and do this as like the default. So instead of saying that, I'm just going to say underscore colon, which means literally any other window type, it'll just be that mode, windowed mode. And you can also hit it with F11. So that's another thing that we have to figure out because that's going to present an issue. Let's go find where I say full screen. Somewhere. Right here. In global. Copy all that. And I think I might just add this to the process of this button. So I'm going to go ahead and say if we're in full screen, say on toggled index of 0. And here we say on toggled index of 1. So that should keep the button updated, and then also, yeah, this should work. Because I think we only instantiate the options menu once at the beginning of the game, so it shouldn't cause any issues. I should be able to do this whenever I want. And then if I go in here, you can see it. Oh, I actually have to like update it. So I'll go ahead and say right here, selected is equal to index, just to reinforce that. Excuse me. All right, let's try this again. Boom. Full screen. Yeah, so that works just fine. So we're good there. Cool. Yeah. I might add some text over here. I'm not sure yet. It seems a little weird without the text, so... so let's do that. I'll just add a label. Window mode. Add an H box. Just like this. And then scooch this over a little bit. Here, actually, I want this to be on center. Then just add another control node on the side that's the same size as this one. Ignore. So yeah, actually don't do that. Set it to expand. There we go. Center sizing, expand, boom. Set this to be centered on the right. All right. So we have a window button now. Boom. Let's fix that really quick. Apparently I spelled it with 2 N's. It's not supposed to be spelled that way. Let's go back into the aquarium. To here should be a tutorial. There it is. And I said to renovate with 2 R's. Let's do that. Okay, fix that. Better go down here and do it. Added a full screen button. The options menu. Fixed a spelling error inside of the tutorial. Okay. And then one thing I want to do is when I say travel, I want to actually include the little icon of the travel button, you know? So I'm going to do this. Oops. /image. Font size here is the default, so I'm going to go ahead and say that's equal to like 24. And I'm also going to add maybe an icon to the pond as well, because we have that icon for it. Oh, actually, no, we don't. We don't have an icon for the pond. I'm going to ignore that for now. All right, so we're going to copy the path. Load it into here. Boom. There we go. Can't see the tutorial container. Oh, there it is. Yeah, travel now has that little icon. The pond. I think that should help just kind of make that connection between the two. Okay. Let's go mark that off. Boom. There's another thing that we could possibly do, which is highlighting the travel button. We might just make it a part of our animated button code to have a mode where we can highlight it like that. So I'm just going to say var highlighted. And then if we set that variable, I can change it. Trying to think of what I want to do for that. I don't want to make it look like the button's already selected, so I've got to think of something else. I don't know if any buttons have... Oh yeah, they have the wiggle shader, so never mind. I was thinking of doing like a shine effect that goes across, but... I might just go ahead and do a sine wave animation of it going in and out, maybe. Then I would have to have another tween, which is kind of annoying. And then it would conflict with the other tweens. That doesn't really work. I'd have to set it as like an actual state. Yeah, let's see here. Think about the best way to do this. I've been wanting to get a system also set up where I can have like a little star for like when you unlock something new. So that is also kind of something I want to integrate into the button class anyways. So it seems like it might be a good use case for that. Perhaps. But I have to think about how I'm going to do that. I guess I could add a little sprite that just sits at the corner. I suppose. Yeah, I would like to add a shine shader to this. I wonder if I could just add that to the wiggle shader. Let's see what we can do. Oh, this shader is on Godot shaders. I saw this somewhere. I think it was on Reddit. And I was like, yo, that's freaking awesome. Now it's a thing. I'm gonna save this one. Alright. So we want to grab a something. I'm just looking around. Styling. There's so many cool shaders. They're also epic. All right, let's lock in. Shine shader. And any of these could work. I just want something extremely simple. That's kind of my thing here, because I want to integrate it into the other shader. This one's pretty straightforward. This includes. Okay. This one's also extremely simple. But you have to tween it in code, which is not ideal. I just want to use time. So I think this one's better for that since it uses time. Alright. Is there a way for me to include? I don't remember what, like, I don't think include will run all of the functions, but I don't know. Is it wobble? What did I even call it? I think I just called it UI shader. Alright. So let's merge this in. And on all these things, I'm just going to keep it default. I'm not going to make it so you can edit them. So we're just going to say, instead of like, I'm just going to say constants here. Hey, Cactus Paladin on YouTube, welcome in. How's it going? Do those. All right. Now we don't need this. It has to be set to a value. Expected initialization, is that not? Oh, there we go. I have to get rid of the typing or whatever over here. Angle, speed, and that. And then we gotta move the fragment stuff in. Hopefully it should be easy. It's adding to the pre-existing color anyways, so I think we should be okay there. And now we just need another uniform. And with this, I'm actually going to do this as a instance uniform. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, just working on a bunch of little things today for Lurden. We'll just call this shine active. False. Oh, I had a brain bleed. This has to be instance uniform wool. Alright, so we can set that with instance uniforms now. Should be pretty easy. But just for now, I'm gonna set that to true because I want to see what it looks like. You can actually see it applies to things that are not just buttons too, which is interesting. So let's go to the travel button down here. If I can select it. Ooh, travel menu. It's like my bottom bar, margin container, travel button. I'm gonna give this that material by default, which is the UI shader. Whoa. It's very interesting. I could apply this before I do the wiggle, and maybe that would be better. Let's see what it looks like that way. Ah. But the problem is I'm overriding the color down here, I think. So it doesn't do anything. Trying to think how to do this. Why doesn't that work though? Oh, because I'm grabbing the base texture here. Why not just grab color? Is there a reason not to? Oh, because I'm remapping it to a new UV. So yeah. Yeah, so I have to do this after. Oops. I mean, it's kind of okay for the most part. It's a little weird. But let's modify our things up here now. I can increase the brightness of it, the width of it. That's at 0.2. There's also the angle, speed. And wait cycles. So if I set that to 2, I think it'll wait longer in between. Can I set that to a fraction? Does that work? It does. So I think it's actually kind of good right there. The only thing though is this line is, you know, not just a sharp flat line. I'm trying to figure out why. It's because it's doing smooth step here. So I could get rid of smooth step. What is rotate pre-calculated returning? Position, cosine, just a vector. We could try this. I don't know if this is gonna work, but is there any commas in here? Just get rid of that. And that breaks everything, so let's add that back in. Yeah, I don't know if it's something I can modify. Like, I don't know how I would do it, because that's just the width of the line, so subtracting it just makes it larger. I can't do lerp. Smooth is not a thing. What does this do? That's probably going to break everything. Probably getting the center point of the UV. Yeah. Now it is doing like sine and cosine and stuff here. I don't know if I need to do those. If I did tangent, just out of curiosity. Okay, so that's just for the timing. It appears. Well, I guess this looks okay. That's the idea across. So you can see it works pretty fine on the icon. I guess it has its own UV attached. Okay. Well, there are others in here. And I could just change this so that instead of doing this with shine time, I just assign that to, you know, a time variable. Because I like how this one is just flat, sharp. There's no smoothing. So it's a possibility. Let's throw it in here. Let's grab the specific parts. Hey, Remus, welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to? I don't know why I would set it to... Let's see what happens here. We need shine angle. Shine progress, which we're going to calculate ourselves. So float shine progress is equal to time. Shine size. And scale. Okay. And redefinition of scale. Oh. Scale might be built-in function. Getting ready for the sleeps? Ah, okay. Yeah, it's late for you over there. Yeah, I'm just messing with some shaders right now. I'm trying to get something that'll work. I want to add like a little shine effect to the UI for when like something is new or there's like, you know, a reason to click on something. So far this new one isn't really working out. Did I forget to put sign back into that? I think I did. Seems like those don't even like do anything. What if I just put angle in? I literally don't even know what those are doing. Set that to a different... Okay, it might be doing stuff. I think it's for dealing with rotation. Yeah. I actually kind of like the horizontal a little bit. It fixes a lot of the artifacting with the UI. So maybe we'd go with that. Because that's pi over 2, we can say pi, and that should be vertical, I think. I kind of like the horizontal. Yeah, I guess this will work. So now we can say only run that stuff if shine active. Now we can control that with an instance variable, instance uniform. So shine active will be false, because otherwise everything will be shining. Seems like it may be stuck on shining. Not sure what's going on there. Oh, I didn't know you could change these. Okay, well we're good now. Okay, so now what I'm going to go ahead and do is on ready in here. If we have like the tutorial active, I'll go ahead and make that button shiny. So I'll say if global dot tutorial active, that dot set instance shader parameter shine active to true. Otherwise it should stay as false by default. Let's go ahead and try it out. I have to delete my save again, probably. Yeah, this should let us make any UI element shine like that, so it should work pretty well. Yeah, so it's not shiny by default. If I go ahead and delete my game and load back in, it should be shining. This is just a good little indicator of like, hey, click on the travel button. Get out of here. Yeah, that's pretty good. And I think it'll stay that way until I click on it and actually travel. So yeah, really easy. And then when I go back, it's gone. So now I can just do that wherever I want, depending on what I want to highlight. And we can add that on later for like new upgrades we buy. I could highlight the button just to kind of tell the player like, hey, there's a new thing in here, you know? But yeah. So let's also go into the regions table. Or not the regions table, the travel menu script. And then in here, I just want to do a little check where if region ID is equal to li region pond, and if tutorial is active, then I want to go ahead and say, so this is the whole panel here. We do have to get the travel button within this. And I'm not getting that anywhere, which seems a little silly, actually. I'll just reference it as button. There's only one button. Type animated button. Okay. Sign that. So now I can reference that. So yeah, all the places here now where we're saying all this stuff, might as well just say button. And then now inside of the travel menu, I can say panel.button.set instance parameter. I'm going to rename button here to panel, just because we're not creating a button, we're creating a panel. Okay, let's try it out. So it shouldn't be glowing. We're good there. I go ahead and delete my game again. Load it up. Wait for the Steam thing to go away. Alright, so it's glowing travel, and then when I go in here, the travel button is glowing. And it still remains glowing even with all the other effects we've got applied to it, like hovering over and the wiggle and stuff. That's the glory of shaders. They're pretty cool. Yeah, I think that'll work. It is a little funny on some of the UVs because you can see like the text has a weird UV when the shine goes across. It's a little wonky, but it looks fine for this effect. It almost looks like it's like a little sparkly. It's like intentional, right? I think it's actually okay. Yeah, it's a very minor thing, but I think it's just going to help initially new player experience, just kind of guide them toward what they need to do. And it's great with this since it's single player and it's just such a more simple game than Starground. It's just very easy to set up a tutorial like that. That's very handholdy, but not handholdy in the sense that it's annoyingly so. I mean, it's not like it's that obtrusive. It's not like blacking out the screen and forcing you to click on it, but it's just a little thing of like, hey, you should click on this button probably. And I'll probably do kind of a similar thing where this like is big and moving around the first time you go in here, just as a big like, hey, this is what you have to do to cast. Yeah, we'll do that. Captain Krabs, welcome in. It's cool, thank you very much. Yeah, I think it'll work. I'm gonna mark that off in here now. Highlight the travel menu button. Okay. And then let's do... let's see here. Go down in here. Shine effect to buttons for the tutorial. Oops. Can't spell. And then let's go modify that little text blurb inside of the regions area. Fishing region. Okay. LMB to cast and reel. I do need to modify this now because it's going to need to show a different prompt, right? For controller. So it's something we're going to have to figure out. But I'm honestly just going to give this its own script. It'll be easier this way. Fishing key prompt. Now function ready. So I can just say if global.tutorial active. We'll make the size larger. So scale is vector 2. Let's try like 2 on the scale. And then in here we can say rotation is equal to global.sign range from -0.1 to 0.1. The course of time. Get ticks milliseconds. That's only if tutorial is active. So let's try that out. I don't know when that variable gets reset though. That is something that might get reset right when I click the button. So I might have to have like a different variable for the first time you enter instead. I think that's what we're gonna have to do. I think it'll just wait until tutorial active gets set. Because right here I say equals false on animated button pressed, and this is the tutorial button. So I'm not going to call that there, but I'm going to call this whenever... Thank you for the hydrate. Whenever you return back from the fishing region. So we're going to go into the aquarium code. And then on ready here, we're just going to check if it's the first time we've been here or not somehow. So how do we want to do that? Let's see. Just add water's long, yeah. And I might need to do this like really early before anything else happens. So on enter tree right here. And then I need to check if it's the first time we've entered here. So I might keep track of a variable or something. This is a sad day. I'm out of big boy bucks. No. Welcome in season. How's it going? All right, so we're gonna say if global dot is greater than 0, and we do that, and we say global dot aquarium visited count plus equals 1. And how do I know if I must save a variable or something for when the player has gone in here before, right? It's tutorial active. Oh, do I just save that variable, tutorial active? Probably. That's gotta be my guess. So we're gonna go set this variable in here now. Aquarium visited count. Exhausted, just woke up from my work sleep. Yeah. Well, Good morning. All right, so let's go ahead and delete our save again and see if it works. All right, so that popped up, which is good. Travel button's glowing. And that is working. It's funny, but we're gonna fix it. Pivot offset ratio, we're gonna set to vector 2.5.5. That's if that. All right, so now it's centered. Scale is not being affected apparently, so we're going to put that in here as well. Say scale is equal to global sign range equal to vector 2.1 times that. And we'll sign it between like 1.8 and 2.2 or something. Like that. All right, now there's a lot of things we have to change here. So first off, rotation is a little too fast. Same with this. I'm going to divide that by a larger value. Okay. I know you guys can't see it. I'll move it over in just a second. All right, so this is what we're working with. It seems like the wiggle effect is going crazy as the button gets rotated. Something's happening. Huh. I'm not 100% sure what's going on there. Let's divide this by a slightly smaller value. But I think this works. I might slow down the rotation stuff a little bit more. So this is where we're at. Yeah, I don't know why it's like wobbling so much. Is that have to do with the wiggle? Like, let's see. Let's turn off the wiggle effect. It is the wiggle for some reason. I'm not 100% sure why it's so intense. It must be like changing the UV or something. Interesting. Fascinating. Sorry, I missed the question. Oh, no, you're good. I didn't really ask a question. Let's lower the rotation just a smidge more. Yeah, this should work. I mean, it's pretty obvious now what we have to do. And then when we go back in here, the tutorial variable is set back to false. And it stays normal now from now on. So yeah, that works pretty well. Just a little mini semi-tutorial. Cool. So there's like more things we can do in here. So the LMB to cast. It's large and wiggles on a first playthrough. Okay. Let's see what's next here. There are so many more things to do. Weather panel in region not as tall. Oh, right, that's like up there. Maybe. One thing I wanted to do is actually merge these two buttons down here, because I realized like it's kind of unnecessary to have this and this be a separate button. So I think I'm gonna put them into one thing. So we're just going to keep the keepnet button over here. And then we can just say like keepnet 0 out of 1 or something like that. I would like to explain that it's keepnet weight specifically. Then it's going to do that. But this button will get larger, so maybe it'll work. Also, the problem then is the icon goes away. I don't want that to happen. There's a weight limit. I'd like to somehow represent that. That's weight, you know? I guess we could show that just whenever you open up into the menu. That'll be fine. So now we can just get rid of that panel right there. So we got to update a bunch of stuff in here for the button. I'm sure I have something in here. Do it in process. I think it's right here. Yeah, keepnet weight limit. So we're going to change that now instead to be view keepnet. Dot text is equal to all of this. Keepnet 0 out of thing. And that's literally it. Oops. So yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of the other thing. The currency panel, not the currency panel, this guy. Boom. Yeah, there's just no need to have more UI elements than we need. I think it's just cleaner to do it this way, so we should be good to go. So now when we go travel, we can see keepnet 0 out of 3. So I think that works pretty well. Cool. We can click on it. And I might modify this menu slightly to show how much weight you have. That might be useful. So let's go back into here. Yeah, merge keepnet buttons right there. Boom. Weight panel and button into one. I just want to make sure the keepnet works. I'm sure it will. Let's see. Two out of 3. And then, yeah, let's go into here and then show like how much weight these guys are and the total and everything. I think that would be good. So somewhere in here is my keepnet full menu. There it is. Okay, so normally I have it like that. So I'll go into here. Yeah, otherwise I just say keepnet right here. So I can add on text to this. I'm also going to get reference to the label up here. Label. And I'll call this top label or something. Okay, boom. Guess I don't have to say all of this garbage every time. Boom. Alright, so in this case where it's not full, we go ahead and say text plus equals this, set the font size smaller, and let's say, you know, something, oops, 0 out of 1, and then I want to put in a, get rid of that, an image. Do I want to put the image first? I'm not sure. We'll figure that out. So I can do this. Go get our weight icon. Path. Boom, load it in there. And size on that will be 32. Have a gap here. Format. And we want this to be, let's the add. Whatever we have inside of the fishing region. If we go back in here, we've got current weight and max weight. So that's what we're going to do in there. So owner.current weight, owner.max weight. Okay, see what this looks like. So when I open this now, it's because we haven't had to restart the game. But hopefully this should work. Pond. There we go. So it shows the weight right there is 0 out of 3. That works pretty well. I don't like how it's not quite centered, though. I could just add a couple more spaces to see if that does actually kind of work. Maybe just shrink the size of the icon ever so slightly, too. Just one more space. Okay, a little too far. -1 space. And that's good enough right there. So then if we go to normal font, I want to see what that looks like. Yeah, pretty good. All right. Yeah, I think we're good. Cool. And I might also then modify the text that I put down here for catching all the fish to show the amount of weight that they all take up. So let's copy this. This is going to get quite long. So I'm going to say table.append text. Okay, font size is 28 on this. And we're just going to put in a value. Weight. Okay, so we get item data and amount. So really this is pretty easy. We just say var weight is equal to amount times item data dot weight. And that's it. I'm gonna put a space there, new line at the end, and let's take a gander. That should work. So it shows our weight thing up there. Let's go ahead and cast. Wait for a fish. Wait. Boom. So now it shows in here goldfish, and then next to it, it shows the weight. So I think that'll work. I'll probably put a space between the icon and the text. But yeah. So let's do that here. Boom. It's not too bad. Yeah, so it just shows you the total weights on all of these guys. So that should work. Let's go mark all that down. Weight indicator inside of the keep net. And the total weight for each type of fish. Okay. One thing I also want to do, whenever the keep net doesn't have any fish in it yet, it looks really barren, right? So I want to give it a default value. So I want to say if owner.caughtfish.size is less than or equal to 0, I just say if it's equal to 0. Then I want to set the default text here. No fish caught yet. So let's try that out. Hey, Steven, welcome in. How's it going? You're just doing some lured in stuff. Yeah, that's good. So now it shows no fish caught yet. And then when I catch a fish and reopen it, it should update properly. Hopefully. I might have to reset the text to be empty. Because it might start appending that text, I think. Yeah. Okay, let's catch a fish. Chillin', when's the update drop? Pretty soon, probably. I've gotten most of the big things done. Like today, it's really, sort of really focused on like little small things, you know, quality of life and stuff like that. So, but it's coming along. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. But yeah, hopefully middle of the week or something, I think. There will be some new gameplay content, but I think the big thing is just going to be kind of focused on just making everything more pleasant to interact with. Obviously, we've got like the whole decoration system and player customization, so that should be fun. One thing I've been meaning to do too, I feel like the little number on the currency panel is too small. I think it's kind of okay if it's a little taller. I don't even set a font size in here, so we're gonna add that in here. Even, it doesn't have to be up to all the way up to 32, but even just to like 24, I think would make this much more readable. Let's see what that looks like. Set a tram, yeah. Hopefully it'll be fun. Yeah, that's quite a bit better. I could go 32. It might start like expanding past the bounding box of the UI though, which I don't really want to happen. But let's see. Yeah, I see it like gets a little too tall. I think the default size of these buttons is 24, something like that. So it makes sense to keep it around there. I could do 28, but nah, let's do 24. And then let's also change the size of these images to 24. Like that, boom. And that feels like pretty reasonable. Eventually I'm gonna make it so the money that's displayed here has like a little, you know, it doesn't just show $1 billion. I want it to simplify and show like, you know, 2.2 million with a big M, you know. So we're gonna be doing that soon, I'm sure. Yeah, that feels pretty good. So now when I buy research, that appears there. And then also if we unlock Ascension, then that appears. That doesn't really feel too tall. It is tucked away in the corner, so it's fine. It's just more readable now. By the way, does the chef scale? Like he was giving me offers for $1 million while I'm sitting here making that in a minute. He does scale. The way that it's calculated is essentially he gives you the full value for selling the fish plus 1 minute of your idle income for every fish. So that's how his stuff is calculated. So if he's only asking for 1 fish on a trade, then it's just going to be the same amount of money as sitting and doing nothing for 1 minute. So yeah. And then also I have a multiplier depending on how many fish he asks for too. If he asks for like 7 fish or something, I also multiply all of that by like 1.5 just to give you another little boost for giving away a lot of fish at once, kind of like a bulk order bonus. So yeah. But I do want to make some changes to him. I think there's a couple problems right now. First things first, I think he just arrives too often. Because it's every 2 minutes. Let's make it every 5 minutes. Increase the chef arrival delay from 2 minutes to 5. And the other thing that's wrong with the chef right now is he tends to give you, he asks for things that just you don't really have initially at the beginning of the game. It's a little bit too many fish starting off. Also, he kind of shows up like almost instantly at the beginning of the game too, which is another thing I kind of want to fix. So I think I'm gonna make it so he only shows up after a certain like income threshold, like maybe if you're making more than 1,000 per minute or something. Ugh. Just because there's no reason to have him show up so early. He's really more intended to be a late game thing because he scales, so he gives you really good value for early game fish. Does price account for feeding in grime? It will at the very moment he arrives, I guess. So if you don't have grime and you have the food boost active and then he shows up at that moment, then that's what his prices are going to be. So, but yeah. Because all he does is he just checks your current passive income. We got ads. My apologies, everybody. Yeah, let's make some fixes to him, I think. It's about time. I want to scale the amount of fish depending on your income, I think. And also just make it so he doesn't show up when you are not making very much money. So what I'm going to do in here is not inside of Chef himself. But the code where I create him, I think that's inside of the aquarium. Yeah, if it's not empty, activate Chef. And I think I say instant on this. Maybe I don't. Or I think I do that inside of the code in here. Yeah, if we have an active deal, then arrive instantly. Okay. Maybe we can get chef offer upgrades. Yeah, it's definitely something we could do. I could see that being a ascension bonus for sure. Like, maybe you could get ascension to decrease the time in between him arriving. Another one is like a multiplier for how much he offers you on top of, you know, the base stuff he gives you. Stuff like that, yeah. I could see it. Fix this little falling off the keyboard. Yeah, I don't see any reason not to add that into the game, really. All right, so let's see here. So an aquarium on activate chef. I'm just gonna say if your income is dropped below a certain value, but only if it happens naturally though, because like this should always happen. And this right here, I'm gonna say global dot total passive income, which is times your customers, is greater than, like, I don't want it to be too high. Maybe like greater than 100 or something. And it calls activate chef. Then do I set that inside of here or something? Like, they check if chef timer is less than that. Oh yeah, inside of there, I think I reset it to 0. So otherwise, I'm gonna say global.chef timer is equal to what is there, no chef time? What is it called? Oh, it is just 300. Okay, we need to add a thing for this. Anyways, ads are over. Sorry about that. What if the final Ascension upgrade for him is giving him a permanent spot in the shop? That would be interesting, yeah. So, like, he'll just, like, instantly offer you a new trade. Yeah. Could see something like that. So base chef time is 300 now. So I'm gonna go do that inside of here, set it back to base chef time. And then in activate chef and chef inside of here, I think I set it, say equals 120 or something somewhere. Right here. So I want to set that to global base chef time. Okay. Alrighty, so a couple things in here. And so the chef will not show up until your passive income is more than 100 per minute. I need to like play for a minute and just see how that feels at 100, because I mean, I don't want it to be like an hour until you get him. But you know, definitely is designed for later in the game anyways. But he can be helpful for kind of moving you along in early stage, especially for getting your first ascension points, or like getting enough research for that. So oh, I was stupid. Okay. There we go. I just want to like put some fish down. I forgot I have every fish in the game. Okay. So, oh, that guy only makes 0.5. Oh, it's dirty in here. I was like, I wouldn't have made him 0.5. Why was it dirty in there? Did I start a new save? I gotta check that again. Didn't I just buy that tank? Yeah, something's not right about that. So is that like 7 per minute? We could maybe do like 50 per minute, or let's keep it at 100. It'll be fine. 100 in a minute. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable value. Okay. So why was that tank dirty initially? That was a little peculiar. I'm gonna delete my save file again. And I'm just gonna instantly buy the tank. Oh, I'm just stupid. It's because I have some code set up to make the tank dirty instantly. For testing when I hit R. So no, that's not actually a real bug. Alright, we should be fine then. Might be beyond scope, but what if he gets a restaurant next to the shop? Or yeah, that'd be neat. Extra like income thing. It could be really fun to do stuff like that for sure. I want there to be like other buildings that start appearing around your aquarium, right? Because I think it's cool. It gives a good sense of progression. Like when you unlock research, I want like a little research building to appear next to your aquarium. It doesn't like functionally do much, but it's just cool. It could be really neat to do that with the chef also. Yeah, you upgrade him enough and then he just has like a permanent shop over there. Yeah, you could like, every time you send him fish, he like just generates you more money. Or he like, yeah, you could have like a whole nother little game over there with him, basically. Could definitely be neat. I'll write it down. Yeah, you could get like, it's like maybe you buy a portion of his business or something, so you get like, he still pays you to buy your fish, but then you also get like a little passive bonus every time you sell to him. Yeah. Let's write this down as a... see his shop and also make some passive money from him. Yeah, that'd be fun. Okay, let's keep going down the list. Oh yeah, really quick, with the chef, I want to fix one other thing though, which is that he tends to select the same fish, so I just want to make sure that he doesn't do that. So whenever I first create a deal in here, right, I add all the fish in here. And I just get a random fish. Fish push back because I create this entry. So whenever I do this, what I'm going to do is just go ahead and say fish IDs dot erase. Yeah, R. Let's see. Fish IDs. Choose weighted fish IDs. Yeah. Erase R from fish IDs. So that should mean that we don't ever get duplicate fish showing up, because it's just a little silly. Choose weighted. I have to make sure that fish IDs is not empty. Like that. Okay, let's try that out. I just want to run up a couple deals, see if it consistently works. So we should give me a deal without any duplicate fish. Goldfish and carp. Let's go ahead and also do this over here. Made a Southie chef will, or no, it's a bug fix. Would display multiple of the same kind of fish. Okay. So wait for him to come back in again. Minnow and goldfish, looking good. And he comes right back in. Goldfish. Yeah, I think we're good. Cool. So we should be good to go. This seems kind of low value, but I guess it must be right. 5 goldfish. Goldfish sell for... No, that's not right at all. Okay, something was not calculated properly with this offer here. It's very interesting. So it pushes it back to fish. Oh, I'm just doing that, but I'm not multiplying it by the quantity of fish he's asking for. So I have to say that times fish.amount. What does fish have? Oh, it'll push back an array. No, create item entry. That's gonna have amount. Yeah, it should be okay. Can I find member amount in array of dictionary? Oh, we have to say I.amount. Duh. Okay, so he should actually be offering the proper value now. I forgot about that. Chef is not offering full price on all fish. But he should now. Yeah, 1 minnow. Well, that's an unfortunate one because it's 1 fish. So let's wait for him to come back in again. There we go. Yeah, that's much more real because now we've got 4 goldfish. 4 times 4 is 16. 5 times 4 is 20. So yeah, 36. Now he's scamming me, yeah. Okay, he won't do that again now. So I think the chef should be much more balanced now. His deals will be slightly better, and he's not going to be showing up like every couple minutes. It should be at least 5 minutes between each of his arrivals now, so I think it's going to be a little bit better that way. But yeah. Slowly working through things. Something I would also like, which would just be, it would be convenient for keeping track of things, is showing how many fish you have in your inventory. So if he says goldfish X2, I want it to say like 0 out of 1 or whatever there, right? That would be kind of nice. My hair would stop. Okay. So what I'm going to do for that then is whenever I call arrive, I want to have another function that's like update UI or something. Just updates all of this. So that we can keep updating that as your amount of fish changes. Because you can take fish out of your tanks back into your inventory, so I have to make sure that gets updated. Now what we're going to say is connect up another signal over here, which is tank fish added. I don't know if I have... I know I have something for that. Let's check global for whenever inventory is changed. Add fish. Inventory. Okay, so we're gonna have a new signal, inventory changed. Also remove fish. Oh, right, I only use add fish. Where is inventory? Saving the inventory. There it is. Signal inventory changed. And I'm pretty sure that's the only spot where I modify the inventory, but let's make sure. Inventory I'd on amount to 0. But that's here, so that's Nothing. That's doing the clamping. Okay. And this, I actually don't want this to become a limiter here as value. So I want to increase that to whatever the 64-bit integer limit is. Integer limit. Well, I'll do the 32-bit. Nobody's ever going to get more than... Set it to that. Well, I don't really need to clamp the maximum. Here, let's just say max. Because otherwise it's just stupid to do that. There we go. So now we've got the inventory change signal. I'm pretty sure that's the only spot in here where I changed that, so it should be good. Now we can go back into the chef. Go into here. Global.inventory changed. Connect to update UI. Now down here it'll do all of this stuff. Yes, that should all be fine. Then here where I penned this fish, I'll do that and then append another thing on top. I'm just gonna say var label is equal to this. It's getting too long. It's much better. Don't know why that's there. We'll do that. And then here I want to show space 0 out of 1. Might also do that in parentheses. And I want to change the color depending on, you know, whether we have it or not. So I want to say color, then end the color. So color is equal to 2. So I want to say, we already know what required is, but now we're gonna get var. I don't know if this will work. Mount is global.get inventory entry, and then I can pass in the fish ID. So entry.id. Let's just say var required is equal to entry.amount. It's just easier to see. So the amount we have, the required amount, then the color. So now we can say if amount is less than required, color will be equal to color.red, else. Actually, no, we just do that and then say var color is equal to color dot white. All right. So it should work. I'm already checking anyways in process, I think, if I have enough. Yeah, I just grab it right here. This should work. Go ahead and try it out. Okay, so goldfish, if I change my inventory, it should update. Oh, right, I have to restart the game so that he connects to the signal. Okay. And required. Oh, that's getting the inventory entry. That amount. Let's try this again. Hopefully this will work. Ignore him appearing there for a frame. We have to fix that. Okay, so shows how much we have and how much he wants. So that works. And I might show the quantities first, just because it's more like that's what he's truly wanting, and the type of fish is like, I want 5 goldfish, right? So let's just move this over here like that. Then if I sell something in here, it should update. That's a little interesting. Let's go check the code on that. Sell items. Item entry. Uh-oh. Okay, so I do that improperly. I want to say global dot add fish dot ID and sell amount. Hopefully that'll update now properly. There we go. Yeah, 1 goldfish, 5 carp. And I might go ahead and also put that, like, just color the quantity, just to make it a little more obvious. That shows our amount. So I'm curious to see what it looks like when we don't have any. Whoa. Forgot to set that to a negative value. Now it shows 0 out of 1. The color doesn't seem to be updating properly, though. It's definitely a rich text label. Oh, and that's because I'm just saying color.red, which doesn't make any sense. I have to make that a string. It's to HTML. Sure, we'll give it alpha. Let's try that again. So if I update, boom. So yeah, now it shows 0 out of 1 like that. Works pretty good. So it's just much easier now to glance to like see where you're at, you know? And it's like, okay, I don't have enough goldfish. So yeah, works pretty well. Cool. Now let's change that little quantity thing at the beginning too. To just be a slightly different color. Maybe just like yellow or something. Wait for credit to open. It'll open someday. Krita, what are you? Almost. There we go. We'll do this color. Or maybe a brighter yellow like this. Okay. Set to that. Now, if we sell something in here. Boom. Yeah, I just like the little visual difference between that. So that's good there. Cool. For $44. No thanks. Now whenever you have enough, it'll show that normally. Let's go put that down in here. Change the chef prompt to include your current amount of fish. And moved and recolored the quantity. Okay. Yep, so that's looking good and working well. Yeah, it really helps a lot for sure, because it's like, you don't want to have to constantly be like, okay, I need 3 of those guys, and then go back to your inventory and find the fish and be like, okay, how many do I need? How many do I have? It's like, oh, I can't see how many I need. Oh, it's 3. Go back in. You know, it's just a lot of wasted time. So it's nice just immediately to see, boom, right there on the side, how much you have. Because then you're like, okay, guy arrived. Oh, I need to go get 3 minnows. Let's go. And you're immediately now getting into the gameplay. There's no like little period initially where it's confusing. So that's one of the big reasons I wanted to add that in. All right. I'm gonna actually get my keep net full. I just want to make sure that it's like working properly. Should be fine, but yeah. One more fish, maybe 2 more. We'll see. One more. Just want to make sure I didn't accidentally break anything in the KeepNet menu. Should be fine, but we'll see. Come on. I'd love to add in some more mini games too. Maybe even one more. There we go. Shows all the weights there. Pretty good. Return. Yeah, I'll make that deal. Cool. I've also been thinking about possibly making it so that when the chef walks in, like instead of the UI instantly appearing, make it so that you actually have to click on the chef for the UI to appear. And what do you guys think about that? Just so it's not randomly showing up for you. It would also kind of make more sense on controller actually, because then I wouldn't have to do that weird mouse emulation thing with the UI. It could just be a real UI menu. So it would basically do the same thing that happens when you click on like a decoration where it zooms in and opens up the little menu, right? And I think that would probably be a good thing. Just so that if you don't want, yeah, like a little exclamation mark, that would definitely be good. Yeah, we could do that. Because then you can kind of choose to ignore him. The problem right now is like, the UI is kind of obnoxious. It opens up without you really asking it to, and then it's just kind of in the way sometimes, I think. So yeah, I think we do that. I think that's going to be the play here. Who thinks? So let's start working on that. So we're going to convert that whole UI into a real menu then. So we're going to create a control node. We're going to rename all this stuff. So call this chef menu. We're going to change type into a menu. Give it a script. Then we're going to save it as a scene. All right. So now we'll move a lot of this other code over into there instead. Like basically this whole update UI function just goes in here. Call super inventory change dot connect to update UI. And then also on function changed as enforced. If changed, then we say update UI. All right. So now we say for entry in owner.fish. And then label here. we need to grab that. Actually, what's going on here? Oh, offer. Owner.offer. That should be it. All right. So this is our menu. Let's set the size to 0. And the thing with this is the way this scales, it's going to scale vertically. So, or actually, no, I can just do center bottom, duh. So it's fine. All right, this should work pretty well. I do really like how I set up the UI in this game. I wish I did this in Starground. But it's okay. It's too late. It's just so convenient to use. You just kind of make a UI and it just works. There's no funny business. Anyways. It's a little different in Starground, I guess, to be fair, because we've got like inventory slots and stuff, so that definitely kind of complicates everything. But oh well. Time to remake Starground. I don't know about that one. See, chef menu dot update UI. And why is that saying? Oh, right here. Get rid of that signal now. Okay. So now we're just going to make him... He already has a static body in here. Layer 3. So let's give him a class. Oh, he already has a class. We're like already basically done. And then go into aquarium cursor. And then right in here. If object is a chef. This is when we click left, so we just say object dot, and let's give him a reference to a chef menu. Oh, I already had prompt in here. Let's set that to chef menu. Right, so we don't want to set that to visible, false, or do any of this garbage or any of this modulate crap. Oh, I will do, though, I do still need to scale it. Which apparently I don't do there. Oh, I do it right there. Okay, there's a couple things we gotta do. So rename that to prompt. Yo, Steven, thank you so much for the sub. Come on, let's get the confetti going. Thank you very much, I really appreciate it. It's epic. Oh yeah, get rid of the prompt visible thing. Okay. Yo, cheese time, thank you very much. Let's change to this to use prompt. And this is something I'll have to change. I think I'll just move this to be inside of the actual UI script. Prompt.scale. I think that should be everything. So we're going to say in here, yeah, panel container vbox disabled is equal to owner.valid. Cool. All right, so this should all work, hopefully. And then when I click on him, it'll open up the menu. So back into the aquarium cursor, we say object.prompt.toggle on. Right, and it's kind of the same thing that we do here. So that should work there. And then up for the actual selection stuff, we just say elf body is chef. Oh, we actually do have to say body.getParent is chef. Then we do this. And we need to say and that. Let's try it out. I did it earlier. It was on mobile. Man, Twitch mobile sucks. It does. I've gone in there a couple times. But man. Yeah, it's yucky. All right, let's check this out. Okay, it immediately died. Oh. Should be type menu. Whoops. Let's try this again. And this died. There's no value called valid on the chef. We'll call it offer valid. Then search for valid. I don't know if I check valid in here anywhere else. Yeah, we're good. Back into here. Run that up. Doesn't even let you sub. Oh, really? Yeah, it's a bro moment. Okay, let's see if it works. I can select him. I don't know why this menu became visible. Because it should have done that. Oh yeah, all the signals are going to be broken. There's probably something in here that I did where I set visible. Yep. Get rid of that. And then when I click on this menu, I want to go ahead and say, you know, change global.camera. Oops. Aquarium.camera.lerp. Or target. I think it's lerp target. Let me check. Oops. Hold on. Yeah, lerp target is equal to owner. And then when we close the menu, it's back to null. Let's try this out. I feel like you can't ignore me, yeah. All right, let's see if this works. So when I click on him, it zooms in on him. I even actually really like that it follows him. It's not intentional, but because of the lerping target on the camera, it'll just keep following him as he moves along. So it's pretty fire. So yeah, we got to reconnect the signals. Yeah, on accept pressed. I call accept. So back into here. Pressed. Call owner dot accept. And then on no pressed. Also, get rid of it from the mouse emulation group. And another thing that's messed up in here, I believe, on these nodes. So I think I changed the focus type, possibly. No, it's still set to all, so I guess it's fine. then let's do no connected in here. Say owner.leave. And I'm pretty sure that's what it was connected to before. Okay. And then in either of the situations, it should also say toggle off. Yeah, so that'll call leave anyways. Alrighty. Let's try it out. Should work. The scaling's a little funny. I wonder why that is. Why does it do that? Also, my target is stuck on him. Oh, okay. I thought I set it back to null. Yeah, lerp target is null. Oh, what am I saying? I need to check if status. If changed. What? Okay. I wonder though why the scaling of it all is really weird initially. I think I ran into the same thing with the other node with like the decoration spot. And I think all I do, it's a really easy fix, is I just add an anchor to it like that. So that's what we'll do in the chef. Just add a node. And I don't even have to reference this node at all. Or actually I will. Set size to 0. Because this is the node I'm going to be scaling. So instead of saying that, I just want to say control dot scale. But my reference will still be, you know, up in prompt. Like that. And that should fix everything, I think. Let's try it out. And it should all work perfectly on controller. So we'll see what happens. Let's go ahead and summon him. There we go. Say no thanks, he goes away. It's funny that I can still open the menu. Then this is a funny thing. I seem to be locked. I just need to make it where I can't click on him as he's leaving anymore. So I'll say chef. And if arrived, I'll just have another thing var leaving. So whenever I call leave, leaving is true. And I'll make it so inside of the aquarium cursor, I'll make it so I can no longer select him. Right, if body. Oops, dot leaving. Let's try it again. Yeah, it was weird because he seemed to like slow down too. Oh, it's probably because I called no thanks as he was walking in. So I need to make it so if I hit no thanks, it... Yeah, because you can see it's like still being a little quirky. It's pretty weird. And that's because he's taking the same time to travel because he thinks that he's like done or whatever. And this tween over here is still happening. So he goes, okay. I'm just gonna make it so you can't select him as he's arriving. So if he has arrived, sometimes it's just not worth all the extra code and work for something that doesn't really matter. And then I can have a little sound for when he arrives and stuff, and a little exclamation mark. Yeah, so I can't click on him, and then now that he's here, boom, I can select him and do all the stuff. And then when I dismiss him, he just walks away. Okay. Let's set this to 0 so it's more consistent. We're gonna move up this so it always stays above his head. Like -32 or something. I think I'm actually gonna not set the anchor to that, but set the anchor to ourselves. I think. We'll see, just so that the UI is a little more centered. I don't know if it'll use like world space, right? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't work. So that's fine. Let's just say owner. Come back to me. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's centered around him. That's the focal point. All right, let's turn on the controller and just make sure that also works. I imagine it will. Okay, we're in controller mode. We select them. Goes into the UI here. Now to say no thanks or accept. I might add a third button that's just like hold on a minute. You know? Because it is a little problematic on controller. Or I guess I'll just add an X at the top that you can select. That'll be fine. Yeah, let's do that. So chef menu. Add an H box. Let's just go look at one of these other panels really quick. Decoration spot. We'll just copy this whole H box. Move back into the chef menu. Paste it. And there we go. So now that this is like a real menu, I'm gonna make it a little larger. And I'll just call this Chef's Offer. All right. And yeah, I do want to change the anchor point that we use here, so I'm actually going to make a new node. Just so I can control it a little bit. We're just going to move this up like -64 or something. And call this lerp target. Lerp target is equal to that. So now inside of chef menu, I can set that to owner.lerp target. Let's try that out. The only problem is that target will get modified slightly depending on the zoom level, which is a little janky. It should be okay for the most part. Also, I should make it so that this little cursor is not visible when we're in a menu. Because I think it does actually stay there. Either way, I'm going to set this to 1,000 on the ordering. And then we got to go in here. And what is this using? Okay, that has the unshaded material. So we can select all this. Use parent material. So it should be fine now. Okay, I probably have to reopen it. But yeah, now you can just exit out of it without it being a problem. Cool. And I might actually put all of that now inside of a sub panel. Just to make it look nicer. Let's actually do a panel container. And then put another VBox inside of here. And move all this in there. Boom. Might actually keep the buttons, though, outside of that on the bottom. So put those in there. Oh, those were in an H box. Ah. There we go. And let's set the theme to panel container 3. Yeah, just so there's a little separation between everything. I might have to fix some references in here. Yeah. I only referenced this one time, so I'm just gonna update it. Wait, what? Did it update for me? Is that a new thing in Godot? It's already updated. Right? Oh, no, I'm stupid. That would have been cool, but it's just that I put that back in its original position. I was like, there's no way. Okay. They should add that feature, though, where if you move a child, it updates the code automatically with your static references. That would be pretty fire. All right. That's looking good. Obviously, it's dark. Ignore that. And if I zoom in, you can see it's like weird. If I'm fully zoomed in, it's higher than it should be, right? So I have to figure out where the center of this UI is. What I might do possibly, I think this would work, but I can add a little control node in here. Apparently I can't control it. But just set mouse to ignore. And set it to shrink center. And then I'm going to add a node 2D to this. And this is going to be my lerp target. I don't know if this is going to work. It might not make any sense, but I'll try it out. Then let's get rid of the lerp target and the chef. I think Godot does keep unique reference to all nodes now, yeah. All the nodes have unique identifiers. Yeah, I have no idea if this is going to work. It actually does work. So I can get it so it always centers around the middle of the UI regardless of anything. But I would like to show a little bit of the chef, you know? Like, I don't want it to be just the UI. So maybe we could push it down a little bit. Kind of have it at like a 2/3 thing or something. How do I want to do that? I can't do any stretch ratio. I can go crazy with it. And give this a V-box container. Shrink center. Mouse, ignore. Then put this into the V-box container. Put another control node in here. Then now I can set both of these container sizing to expand vertically. And now we can see the origins of both of these. And I can just set this to 1.5 on the stretch ratio so that this stays at 0.25. I think. Or it'd be at like 2/3 or whatever. It's a little bit of a weird setup, but I think it would be good, probably. Oops. Let's do, make sure all of these are ignore. Okay, and then also, let's do this, material use parent. Oh god, I just moved everything. Okay, we're good. Let's try it out. Call the chef. Don't know why it's dark, but we'll fix it. But I like the positioning of it, I think. Yeah, it's like just slightly higher up on the UI, so you can still see the chef at the bottom. But still, like, definitely the focus is on the UI. So, I like that positioning. I don't know why it's, oh, because I said this was parent material. Okay, we're good. Funny little issue. Call in the chef. Let's full screen it. Boom, chef's offer. My mouse was apparently doing stuff. So if I swap back to mouse mode, yeah, everything is normal. Controller. Oh, do these not have a focus element? Might have identified a major problem. Because if I'm in controller mode, go back to keyboard, back to controller. I mean, odds are that's never going to happen. I don't think it's a huge deal. People aren't going to be swapping inputs mid-UI like that. It's going to be something that you do in like the options menu, right? So I'm not super worried about that. See, I don't know why the mouse is there selecting stuff. I thought the mouse should be invisible. I should just make it on the animated button so it doesn't happen when we're in mouse mode. So mouse entered right here. And controller is not active. Yeah, I don't want to do this. Let's go back to the aquarium camera. I don't want to do our mouse emulation stuff anymore. We don't need to do that. Am I doing it twice? What? Oh, I'm doing it here just to get it out of the way so it doesn't select. But it shouldn't matter anymore. I think. Let's comment it out and see what happens. Very focused in deving. It's all good. Okay, so let's go to controller. I can still select these guys. Yeah. I think it's fine. I don't know why I had that stuff set up. So now it should actually prevent... Okay, so it still highlights the button. Unfortunately, I don't think that's a thing I'll be able to change. I realize I don't need to check this inside of the animated button because it doesn't even... It won't ever emit a mouse button group or whatever, a mouse motion group. Let's get rid of that. I don't really want the mouse emulation thing happening anymore. I don't know if there's a way for me to see every node that's in this group. I don't think so. Okay. Is there any way to stop that from happening, I wonder? I know I can control the mouse. And that's what I do when I swap to controller mode. Is I hide the mouse. I say like captured or something. Maybe there's another mode that's like captured hidden. There's confined hidden. I just want the cursor to be gone. You know? Maybe I can like disable it. It's captured. Make it hidden. Visible. I mean, I can do hidden. But is that gonna actually stop it from apply, like doing inputs or whatever? We'll see. Because like, let's just say that I have my mouse right in the center here. And I open up a UI. See, it's still like... weird. I think I'm gonna make it now where mouse motion re-enables controller mode. So right here. Or event is input event mouse motion. Because I'm not emulating the event anymore. So but you can see if it's like here, these are not unhandled inputs. So I need to change this to be not just unhandled. I think there's like a thing I can do to make it so the unhandled inputs handle everything. Except process unhandled input or something. What does this do? If set to true enables unhandled input processing. Okay. I don't know if there's a way for me to just get all input. That's what I would like. Let me look it up. Get every input event. Unhandled input. Okay. A node unhandled input. I just want to know when the mouse is moved whatsoever. Like, it doesn't have to necessarily be consumed or not. I don't know if that's a thing. I mean, there's just like input event. Is there a way to like read some global input event? See, like, is processing input. But I think if I search for that kind of input, it'll only do stuff when it's the one consuming the input, as far as I know. I mean, I can try it. I can just say input. See what happens. But I think it's not going to work now. Maybe. Even if it's handled by something else. Yeah, I guess that does actually work. Maybe it's just because it's not a control node, so it counts as having it all. But see, I don't like how, like, if you are hovering over something with your mouse and then you go back to controller mode, it's still like, it's still highlighted like the mouse is there. I just don't know if that's something that I can fix or not. Ah. Ripped out my hair. One thing that's annoying about these headphones is the hinge. Sometimes, rarely, my hair goes into it and then rips it out. It's painful. Also, I'm gonna check if like the mouse motion thing has like moved sufficiently. I don't know, it's kind of risky to check that though. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. So what do I do here? I need to stop the mouse. Texture button. It's like Godot temporarily disable mouse. Maybe it's like hiding the mouse. Oh, just set position to 0 every frame.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I might just have to do that. Dead zone check. This seems like a lot of work. I don't know exactly what he's doing here. So he's saying check input device, get input type. I think he's changing the behavior depending on the input. There's like mouse filters and stuff, but that's not really what I want. I don't want to change those. Okay, well, I think the easiest way here is just going to be to teleport the mouse to the top left corner. So let's just do this and then say whatever display server dot. It's like mouse set position. So hey, Condiment Kernel, welcome in. How's it going? warp mouse, and we'll just set that to vector 2i at 0. And I think that'll be relative to current window. That should be fine. All right, so let's try it out. It seems to be continuously warping. Hold on, I think I got it backwards. Yeah. And warp mouse, though, is immediately calling. I don't want it to make another input event, right? I just want to like forcibly set the position. Maybe I can do that with like input dot mouse mode. I guess I could have another variable that's like a little cooldown thing, but change input cooldown or whatever, sure. So whenever we change input, so change input cooldown is equal to just like, or I'll just say can change input bool is true, and then can, or we say get tree, create timer, 0.1 seconds, dot connect, function can change input is true again. Yeah, I'll just say if can change input. Otherwise, we set it to false. Oops, I have to say timeout. Okay, so we're just setting a tiny little delay now on swapping, which hopefully should be enough time to move the cursor to the top left corner. Let's see what happens. So I'm in, I hit controller, and now my mouse should be at the top left corner of the window, which it is. Epic. So now when I am in these UIs and stuff, it's not gonna like show that the mouse is on stuff. I don't know why this is doing 2 clicks. You can hear it. All right, that's really weird. It's not doing it there, but then on controller. What? Oh, that's weird. So if I click and hold, it doesn't make the sound. But then if I just tap it, it does a double click. And if I do it like fast enough, it doesn't, it's so fast you don't hear it that much. That's so weird. It's just like double pressing the button. Is that happening? Okay, let's figure out why that's going on now. Where am I setting this? Okay, depending on whether it's in that mode or that mode. Toggle set input mode. Yeah, that should be fine. Would it be doing that twice? Let's look inside the escape menu. So the return button is going to be connected to on return pressed. So in here on return pressed, it just says toggle escape menu. So it should just press once. It should only happen on button release. That's something of note here. I wonder if is it happening even on the first button press? Because that shouldn't happen. Yeah, it does. What? So it just closes instantly as soon as I press the button and not on release for some reason. What? And these are checking for click right. So if we check input map, click right is the right action, the circle button. So it should be okay. What is going on? We're going to print out many times this gets called. Happens like 3 times. What? Why does that happen? There's not 3 buttons. Oh, I might have an idea. I think what's going on is that it when we close the menu, it's setting the focus mode, or it's like removing the focus from the button. It's weird that doesn't happen with these other buttons though, in these other menus, right? Like if I open the inventory, it doesn't happen with the X. I think that's because it doesn't let you click on it or do anything with it. Well, the menu is not active, so I think we just, well, I'm checking if active right there, so peculiar. And this is an animated button. So pressed, unhandled input. That happens on the animated button? Wait a minute. Why would that happen on the animated button? Oh, is this what's happening? I somehow accidentally put this on all of the buttons? Oh, what? Click left. Why would I do that? I'm trying to figure this out. Like, what would that be for? I can't imagine what, so we're gonna hide that. I genuinely don't know why I put that in there. Everything is fine now. What is that? Why is that in there? It might have just been a mistake or something, but disabled. Action just pressed by event. Click left. Then emit pressed. I do that for the exit button so that I can close the menu, but I wouldn't want to do that for left click on buttons. That is a pretty weird one. All right, well, I guess that fixes our problem. I probably fixed a bunch of different controller problems. Honestly. Oh, what? There's like a hard boundary right there. Oh, I guess it's just the boundary of the cursor. That's kind of bad. I should be able to go a little further than that. Let's go to aquarium cursor. Or is it the camera? Yeah, limit minimum. Let's decrease that a little bit. Minus... let's just say minus 300 or something. And we have to reload the game. There we go. Yeah, I should always be able to put my cursor outside of the bounds. I'm gonna actually probably limit my upper bound a little bit more. So limit minimum on the Y. I'm gonna set that to a smaller value. Like that. I'm gonna do some more dynamic bound setting on this soon. Like as we add in shop expansions, that's gonna matter more. But this should be okay for now. That was such a weird line of code. I don't know why I put that in there. I'm gonna be real. But it's fine. Well, I haven't even tested this with controller yet, but it works just fine because it's just a standard UI menu. Cool. Yeah, everything seems to be working pretty well in here. And then if we call the chef in again, let's just double check the menu one more time. Boom, he's here. Yeah, so that looks pretty good. It's a little wider, so it'll fit the the longer fish names better. Which is good. It should scale better for if eventually when we do UI scaling, which I may do. I'm still not 100% sure yet. We'll see. That's a little funny. So something that's happening on controller. Okay, there's a couple things that's going on here. First off, that wants to go to the mouse on controller. Also, all of our money particles are dependent upon the controller, so I'm gonna have to change that behavior a little bit here. So first off, let's go into fishing region, and if we're in controller mode, I'm not gonna attempt to follow the cursor anymore. Cursor, where do I do that? Is it actually inside of the fishing region? I thought it was. Well, I would be setting rotation. There it is. So I'm getting mouse position minus that, angle, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just gonna hard override it if global controller active. I'm gonna say mouse position is equal to whatever the camera coordinate center is. So I could say camera.get screen center position. And now that'll fix that happening. There we go. So now this is at the default rotation, which is good. Okay. Yeah, all these little things will add up. Okay, so that's fixed. There's so many things I gotta mark down as being fixed. Where controller was getting double presses on some buttons. It's not necessarily a bug fix, but there's a couple things in here. Improve the look of the chef menu, made it an exclusive menu. Like, actually, we don't even have this type of menu in the game yet, so also made it so you now have to click on the chef to view their trade offer. Okay. What else have we done here? We did fix issue where random buttons would stay highlighted when using controller. Now the next thing that we have to fix with controller is the position of the little money particles, right? Because normally they just follow your cursor, and it makes sense because you click on something and that's where the money should escape from, right? But now that the cursor in controller mode is at the top left, you can see it's just not in the right position. So I'm gonna have to change that. If we go into global UI and we have that little cursor node right here, in here I'm setting its position to the mouse position. Oh, I do have that. So if cursor target in controller is active, I set it to cursor target. So where do I set cursor target? Okay, I don't set it anywhere, but apparently I already knew about this problem. So I'm gonna set that up then. So in here I'm gonna say global.y.cursor target is equal to self. I don't know if it's gonna, I have no idea how this is gonna work with, oops, I said self, I meant to do, I might have to like convert our position into global coordinates or whatever, depending on how this is gonna work. Whoa, that's a little screwed up. Yeah, because it's still, so I have to convert into screen coordinates. Okay, how do I do that? Let's look it up. World coordinates, screen coordinates. There's a lot of so complicated. I think I can just say global, get global transform with canvas on a 2D node, and I think that'll do it. Get global transform with canvas, and then that returns a transform, so I want to say that dot origin. We're going to try that out, see if it works. There we go. So now it shows the particles right where I'm clicking, which is good. So we're just going to have to keep updating that value depending on what menu we're in and stuff. Because like there, obviously, it's didn't show it at the right spot. Same with like when we're inside of the research menu, we're gonna have to update its position there, because if I like unlock this, boom, still in the top left corner. So yeah, we're just gonna have to do this all over. It's tricky because I'm like selecting something, I want that to be there. I guess we could go ahead and do this. Go into process and just say if controller active get focus or something, we can get like a what is it, focus owner? How do I grab that again? Lose focus. I know that I do it. Get viewport. Okay. That's what we have to use. Get GUI focus owner. There we go. Okay, so if controller active, we say var owner, focus is equal to that. If focus, then now we can say global UI cursor target is equal to focus.global position. And I think that should kind of work for most things now. So if I go into the shop menu, we can see if I buy something, boom, it's in the right position. So that works pretty well. Not everything has size, so I can't really do that reliably. Is there some kind of standard way to get the center position of a control node, you know? So you've got global position. But not all of these have, I guess they do all have size, never mind. Every control node. Okay. So then we'll do focus plus focus.size divided by 2. All right, so now when we select any focus, it'll be right in the center of what we're focusing on. That's good. But there still are a couple things where that doesn't work. We have to figure out. Yeah, all this stuff is still working. It's kind of fun to clean on controller, but definitely much harder. We did it. Okay. Then you can see this is already working. I must do that inside of there then. Right? Then how does it know? I don't know. Hold on. Cursor target. There's literally nowhere else I set this. Aquarium camera. I don't know how it knows to put the particles there, genuinely. There must be some code that I'm doing in there. Maybe I'm warping my cursor there. How am I doing that? Money. This is tricky. I must be doing it inside of tank menu then. Wherever I do the particles, yeah. Okay, but then question, where do I do the cursor stuff? So cursor mode, I must do it in process. I wonder if I'm just teleporting the mouse to that position. I might be. Subviewport.cursor. That's the flakes. Oh, I'm just hard setting the position of it, right? Subviewport cursor position, no. Oh, there's a function, set cursor target. Oh my god. I knew there was something going on here. Okay. So anywhere where I've manually done this, I need to undo. So now I can just call this set cursor target and pass in those. I feel like a fool. Okay. So we can just keep going along and doing all that now. Same thing, global. Pop that in there. Okay, let's go just mess around and make sure this works. Back to controller mode. If I do particles here. Yep, that's the proper position. Then if I buy things in the UI. Yep. Okay. So, is there anything else where that's still broken? It is broken inside of here. Nope, because it does it at the selected UI node now. So it's fine. And that means it also works in Ascension and the button and everything. Okay. We're literally fine and everything is fixed. Cool. Let's go write that down. Fix an issue where cursor particles would not be in the position on controller. Okay, we are checking off a bunch of things. We've already got a load done. I guess let's keep looking back at our list. I did mark down the new changes to the chef stuff, right? Yeah. Okay. Did that. The panel region not as tall. Some more tank stuff that we could do. Fix that. We've got to do... I would like the buttons to say free instead of 0. Because right now what happens when you go to the pond, you click and little money particles go as if you've spent money. And it's just like a weird little feedback thing for the player, like, did I just spend money? But it said 0. So I want to change that text and make it not emit the particles. It'll probably just be a good idea. So we're going to go into the travel button. Whatever, the region panel. Into here. And then on that button, when we emit all the particles and stuff. I will say that, but I want to say, if travel cost is greater than 0, do all that. Otherwise, I want to say right here, instead of just saying 0 on this, right? I want to change its format. Just say travel. I don't even need to format it anymore. And it'll just say free. I'll still put the $sign because it kind of implies that it's like those buttons will involve paying money, but this one is free. And that didn't seem to work. Travel cost is less than or equal to 0. Oh, I didn't like do anything, no. Let's try that again. So we'll do that with that button. We still got a lot more buttons we have to apply that to. Like the decoration button and everything. So we'll do all that. I don't know if I like the $sign. I think I'll do something like that. All right, now we're gonna go apply all this over into the upgrade panel. Just gonna apply this right here. Calculated cost is less than that. Text is buy free. I don't know if it's ever actually going to do that. I'm not really sure, but then also if it's greater than 0. EB Sparks, welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? All right, so that's going to do that there. Then let's go to the decorations panel. Do the same thing over here. Greater than 0, otherwise make it say free. Good, how are you? I'm doing good, just working on Alert In today. It's coming along. Oh yeah, I need to make it so it doesn't do the money particles in here or whatever. What is that done? I guess that's inside of the... Yeah, we're working on programming. I can show off the game here in just a second. Oh, it's not in there, it's in the cursor. There's these money particles right here. So I'm gonna say if decoration cost was greater than 0, then I do the money particles. Okay, so that should be almost literally everything in here. Let's see. But yeah, this is Lured In. It's a idle fishing game where you run your own aquarium and go out and travel to different places, catch some fish, bring them back, and then make money. So yeah, this says free now, which is good because it doesn't cost anything to travel to the pond. Then if we buy something in here that's free, none of these are free, but these are the cobweb and trash bags. So buying that, if I place it down, doesn't do any sound or anything. I might add in another particle just for things like that. That's like a little sparkle. It doesn't necessarily imply money being spent, but just so it's not completely silent. Just in Godot, yeah, I'm using Godot for all the programming on this. I've always really enjoyed Godot. Ever used Godot? Yeah, first time seeing stuff. It's a pretty nice engine to use. I've had a really good time with it. This game has come together really quickly. It's only been a couple months, so it's honestly, yeah, been pretty nice. What is this panel here? Oh, it's just a pop-up menu. Okay. Played around with Unity. Have I used Unity before? Oh, yeah, have I used Unity before? Yeah. Yeah, I was working on another game. I thought B4 was like a version of Unity or something. I was working on another game in Unity, and I just never really liked Unity personally. Unity is a great engine, and you can, of course, make great games in it. Though, using Godot, it's kind of enlightened me a little bit. Godot is so much faster, more agile than Unity is. I always hated how I had to wait forever for my game to open every time I made any change to the code. I don't have to wait at all for Godot. Like, we can literally click the play button. It takes a second to save the resources. And boom, like the game's open just instantly. There's no waiting involved. The only waiting is just the initial loading of the program, but there's no like pop-up inside of Godot that I have to wait forever on. It's just so fast. And that to me is extremely valuable. Just that speed at which I can jump into the game again. Because, you know, you're editing one little thing, making a change, and then opening the program again constantly. So that little delay adds up a lot in Unity. So it's so nice not to have that. Yeah, like if I make any change to the code in here, I can go ahead and do something in here. Like, let's add a little event in here or something, right? And then let's just print something in here. I'm not even gonna hit save and just open it. It'll save the scene in like a microsecond. Yeah, like boom, it's open. There's no compilation time, and you can see our code is working. So that's, it's been so great. It's one of my most favorite things about Godot. It's just that it's so blazingly fast. If you do have like a billion different tabs open and stuff, sometimes there's a little menu that pops up that says saving scenes, but it's like less than 1 second, even on enormous projects. So really it's super, super minimal. And it's gotten even faster with the new version of Godot. This is on 4.6 now, and it's just insane how small the load times have been getting. It's pretty fascinating. I wonder how they do it, honestly. But yeah, it's been just a very lovely engine. I've been able to do literally everything I need to. I worked on another game in Godot and commercially launched it, Starground. I was able to do full-on Steam multiplayer in Godot. Tons of stuff with this. I mean, editable terrain, inventory systems, literally everything I could imagine. I've never felt like with Godot that I've been limited in any like functional way. Literally the only limit I've ever felt with Godot is just my own creativity, and that's very great because that's exactly, in my opinion, what an engine should do for you. It's just to work as a tool instead of an obstacle that you have to work around. 60% of the time Unity is compiling, yeah. Real. Just, Godot is so great. And it runs well too, like, the UI and everything is so snappy. I never have to, like, wait for anything. It's very great. And, like, when I hit Control S, I'm saving everything inside of the project. It's so fast, like, I barely have time to read what the little pop-up says. So I've been working on this one since the beginning of the year, so about like 3 months. And it's gone together pretty quickly. So, and that's doing all of the stuff. I'm doing all of the programming and the art and all the sounds, all of it. So I'd say given all of that, I think it's definitely progressed pretty nicely. We've got controller support going on right now. I can navigate around a controller. We were just messing with that a little bit today, fixing a couple issues. But yeah, it's good stuff. We're just working on a load of little like quality of life things today, mainly. Just kind of going through and fixing some controller stuff. Just simplifying things, making like the tutorial a little bit better. Forgot I added in vibration on controller. It's kind of awesome. Yeah. We'll probably be getting a public playtest out really soon on this. I'm hoping to do that literally this, like, in the next week or early April. I think we're at a really good spot with the next version, so I'll get the next version ready, have all the playtesters check it out, and then as long as there's no major problems and everything is going good, then I think it's time. But yeah. Oops, I bought 2. Yeah, I do want to maybe improve the controller on this process a little bit. It is a little annoying because you have to select the thing, cancel the cursor mode, and then scroll back over to it, which is a little, you know, in the way. I think what I would like to do instead is when you click on one of these, it focuses your mouse or your controller input just exclusively to the menu over to the right. But then you hit circle and it like just exits out of that menu again. It's probably going to be the play. So we will work on that. But it's, I mean, it's usable right now. It's not perfect, but at least I can say it does indeed have controller support. So I know one of the Steam's like rules for controller support is whenever a controller loses connection, they make it so you have to pause the game. But there's no like pausing with it. Like there's no reason to pause the game. There's never anything that you're doing that would require like there's no timed inputs or anything. So I don't know if it's really going to be required or not. I have no idea. We'll see what happens with that. I need to see if I can do like an early Steam Deck review. I know that you can request it, I believe. So I don't know how, you know, quick Steam is with that stuff. I hope that I can do it. But we'll see what happens. Because it would be really cool to launch with Steam Deck support. That would be pretty massive. I know that Steam is always very good about being like fair with reviewing and or like helping people. Like they don't specifically always cater to the bigger projects, which is nice. Like, even though I'm not a super successful game developer or anything, Steam is still very helpful. And they get to my questions in a matter of a couple days, always. So I've always really appreciated that with dealing with Steam support. I hope Steam continues being epic. I really do. It's kind of like worrisome because, you know, they could easily screw everything up. Literally, all they have to do is just keep doing exactly what they're doing, and they will remain on top. Like, I hope they understand that. I hope they don't start making a bunch of changes. And the reason why Steam is such an epic company is because they're not publicly traded. That's why. Like, they don't have to appease shareholders. All of the decisions they make are just completely up to them. And that's just so much better. That's why I worry about like Discord doing their IPO and going public. I know it's going to be a bad time. It's going to ruin Discord even more, I'm sure. Because when your company becomes centered around profits instead of centered around a good experience for your consumers, that's when everything dies. So I really hope Steam stays on top. It's one of the reasons like I haven't ever messed with other platforms because they're just so much worse in every way compared to Steam. Like people always complain, or there's like a group of people that hate on Steam because of their 30% cut on Steam earnings or on game earnings. And like, yes, 30% is a lot compared to other platforms, but it's like Steam is so good it doesn't even matter. It's just they offer, it's a 30% cut, $100 entrance fee, and that's it. They give you all of this stuff. They've got built-in multiplayer APIs that you can freely access. There's no like limits on anything. You can make as many calls to the Steam API as you want. They might rate limit you if it's like an insane quantity from one client, but you don't have to like pay extra to get more API accesses or anything. You get all of the features. You got cloud saving, you've got achievements. It's just, it's worth it, you know? Steam understands that a good experience leads to more profits. Exactly, yeah. I am very in line with Steam's values. I agree with them on everything. Because their whole philosophy is consumer first. And funny enough, consumer first also makes for a very good developer experience. You know? It's interesting. Because you think like, oh, well, if you're just focusing on the consumer, then the developer side of things gets pushed to the side. But the thing is by focusing on consumers, Steam understands that a part of making the consumer experience better is making the developing experience better. So it's just a perfect, they just know exactly what needs to be done. Every single feature they add, I'm always like, nice. That's a cool feature. I've never, nothing Steam has ever added, I've never like been, you know, I've never been opposed to anything they've done. And all of this might crumble one day, and then this might age like milk. We'll see. But so far, Steam, in my eyes, is probably one of the only actually good companies that I enjoy, both as a consumer and as like you know, business partnership or whatever. Right? Being a developer on their platform and a user of it. Both very excellent. I hope Steam doesn't mess it up, please. Gabe has to stay alive as long as he can. I know he doesn't really do Steam stuff anymore though, but do I plan on releasing to mobile? I would really like to, you know, because it's a idle game, so it just definitely makes sense to go on mobile. But it is, you know, a lot of work that will be taken away from development if I focus on mobile. So it's one of those things where like I don't know if it's the play, at least for an initial launch. I've been on a super tight like timeline with this game, right? We're looking at like because I want to release in July, so I really don't have a whole lot of extra wiggle room for things like that. So I think what I'm gonna do is just focus on the Steam launch, kind of almost work that as like our, obviously it's not an early access, but that's kind of like our testing platform of like make sure everything runs really well on PC, and then if everything is good and the gameplay wise it's all balanced, then we move to mobile. But yeah, I think that's going to be the play. One issue, Steam's not enough curation on AI stuff. That is true. I mean, one thing they did recently, or not that recently anymore, but they did they do require you to tell Steam if you've used AI, which is good. So there's definitely like the tagging there for it. I am hoping eventually that Steam adds in an option to filter out games made with AI. but we'll see. It's hard to say. Honestly, as much as it sucks to say, eventually AI is just gonna be a normal thing and nobody will dislike it anymore. It's just always how it goes with everything. And it's too bad. But it's just gonna become a normal thing. And people won't care anymore if you use AI. And it just happens, that happens with literally every technology ever created, right? Like when TV first came out, there's probably a bunch of people that were saying, yeah, it's killing radio. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to take a long time. Like, it's probably going to take at least a decade or more. But once, like, the people who hate AI die of old age, then there's not going to be anyone there to contest it anymore. But yeah. And don't get me wrong, I very much dislike AI use in games. I am one of those AI haters. For most use, I mean, for creative generative use. Obviously, I'm not against it with medical use and stuff like that, but yeah, this is not my first project. Starground was the other game I worked on, and I made this also in Godot. I'm still working on this game. Lurden is technically sort of a side project right now, but it is, I guess, time-wise, sort of the main project. And yeah, I was working on, we did publish another game even before Starground. Starground's the second game, Pogo Rocket. But this game was not that good. I made it in GameMaker, and boy, GameMaker was a nightmare. Constantly, I felt limited by GameMaker. So glad I moved to Godot. Every time I remember the engines I used to use, Unity and GameMaker, I always get a little hit of dopamine in my brain, where I'm so happy that Godot is functionally very versatile and it's just pleasant to use. But yeah, I think there's something human ingenuity which cannot be replaced by AI. I mean, the big thing that I always think with AI use in games is the whole reason with any creative work to make something is like the human perspective on something, right? And I think that's something that, of course, AI will never really fully replace. It might emulate it, but unless it was actually made by a human being, I feel like the meaning of something is kind of reduced. So that's what I think. Because looking at an image generated by a computer, I don't feel anything. Even if visually it looks like it might be an interesting image or something, just the fact that it was not made by a human, like, there's no emotion or thought behind it. There's no reason for the image. And that's the same, I feel the same way about games, about art, about music, about any creative work like that. So seems like a long road of game deving epic, yeah. Yeah, I've been working on stuff since, like, I mean, I've been making games for quite a while, but professionally, like, trying hard, I've been doing it since, like, basically since I started working on Starground in 2023. But I've been making games in high school and stuff ever since, like, 2017, so yeah. Although I was not trying to make money enough. Steven, I'm not against AI. I guess AI being common can use to replace creativity. Yeah, that is one thing that sucks about it, is how expensive computer parts have gotten from AI. I really hate that. I would love to upgrade my computer because my CPU is kind of aging, but I just can't afford it. It's too expensive. Because my CPU is like 6 years old now. It's definitely time to get a new one, but I just can't. It's too much money. Yeah, I'm good with a lot of applications with AI, but I don't like generative AI and creative applications. I just think it's stupid. I don't do this now. I'm doing game dev full time. Starground has made a decent amount of money. Not a ton. Definitely this year so far, revenue is seeing a pretty sharp drop, which is not good. But that's part of the reason why I'm working on Lured In, because I need some other projects to kind of supplement my income a little bit. But yeah, it's been difficult to sustain myself financially with, you know, working on stuff. Thank you for the hydrate. But I am dedicated. I will keep trying. I don't really ever do hackathons. And thank you for the hydrate, Adagon. Welcome in. I'm trying to remember if I've ever done one. No, I don't think I ever have. It's cool. Like, hacking and stuff like that is a very interesting field. It's hard. It can be kind of like a really difficult puzzle to solve sometimes, trying to figure that stuff out. I'm just more partial to the creative side of programming, like with art stuff. That's why I like game dev so much, because I get to do art and program. So I agree with you, but vibe coding is great for beginners. It just depends on how you're using it. If you're just saying write my code for me, then I think it's bad. But if you're kind of more using it as like a teaching aid, I think it's more okay. I still think that that alone comes with a lot of problems, but you know, I don't really care if people use it in that sense. I totally agree, because you never look at the code, then you're stuck. Yeah. I totally feel that. Troubleshooting, creating from scratch is so important for learning. Definitely, yeah. That's the way I've learned, and it's like just crazy how much that helps. I used to watch a lot of tutorials and stuff in the early days when I was working on my first games in high school, and my progress was so slow just because I was watching tutorials and stuff like that. It's very interesting how actually making a real project just speeds it up so much. You're learning, you know? Because then you can finally become independent. You're not locked in to having to find somebody that's already done something. You get to do things that haven't been done, and I think that's a really important part of making a game. So, what's it working on? Oh yeah, it's gonna do the other particles. But yeah. I am glad I'm out of tutorial hell. I have been for years and years, but you know, that's a bad spot to be in. What do I want to call these particles? Just like sparkle particles or something. I want to do some particles that are like not super distracting. I need to do a different sound for this. I just want to do like a little ding instead of doing a bye sound. What is this sound? It's nothing. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna delete that. I'm gonna call this a sparkle sound or something. I don't know if I have like a ding I can use, right? But that ding has like metallic stuff going on in it. I want kind of a ding that's more of like a sparkly ding, if that makes sense, instead of like a bell. Let's look at free sound. I don't know why free sound seems to be struggling recently, like their servers. It always takes me forever to connect to free sound. A search is overloaded. They need to upgrade their servers. I just want like a sparkle sound. Stop, I don't want. Not like that. No. No. Yeah, kind of like a wind chime. Let's sort by Creative Commons 0. I'm just gonna look around at some of these. I mean, that one's fine, but... No. doesn't oh, I already used that one. That's when I clean the tank. Loud wind chimes. Those are like real wind chimes. That's not what I want. No, I want it to be more like more physical, I guess. I don't want it to be just some I mean, not terrible. No. 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 Chimes. Maybe if I just cut one of those out or something and pitched it up. New magic. Oh my god. A lighter. God, I'm just getting into weird stuff now. Wink dink. That wouldn't be terrible. Let me think how that would work. I need to be more percussive. I guess it is like wind chimes. Well, I don't want it to sound like money, because it's supposed to play when you buy something that doesn't cost money. I just want like a sparkle, you know? Like fairy dust. I don't know if that would be like... Those don't. I guess this is what we're going with. I think this will work. I use game theory currently for AI code for a job. I need to run a work. Game theory. Is that like just the concept of game theory, or do you mean like Sparkle? Let's go load up Audacity. I hope Audacity updates soon. I do like the alpha version, like, or at least Audacity 4, but there's a lot of things missing from it. I don't know if they're gonna notify me when the new version is out or not. Alpha 2, I'm pretty sure I'm still in Alpha 2. Yeah. Well, hopefully eventually they update. Okay, so I think what we do here is we just isolate one of these sounds. You can pick whichever one. I guess this one right here. I need to actually, oops, crop this. Oh, that's kind of weird. Kind of like that. It's maybe too high pitched. We can affect the pitch. I did figure out how to do that somewhere in here. Where was that? It was in like a weird section. Oh yeah, right click it. Hey, Reve, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Welcome in. Something kind of like that, and then if I apply a fade, maybe just a full fade. Effect, fade out. I guess. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's doing good. Nice. What are we up to today in your stream? You do more of your the sci-fi game you've been working on? That does look really sick. Oops, I rendered pitch and speed. Just trying layering multiple of these sounds. I might make this one a little faster. Maybe even faster. I don't know if it's really the vibe, though. It's hard to say. I mean, with the click, we'll export it and get it in game. I might go back and change this again later, but... Oh, no, don't save the project. Load in sounds. Let's call this Sparkle. I don't want to accidentally override it. Something that's annoying about Audacity right now is I can't see if I'm overwriting a file, so I have to be careful. Because I have that one, that's... Yeah, we should be good. Should have done it as a WAV, yeah. Yeah, working on more assets down, optimizing the game to get some FPS back. Nice, yeah. That's cool stuff. Yeah, it does look really cool. I remember, I think last time I rated it in, you were like working on some... at least you showed it off, like the ship, some of the shipbuilding mechanics and stuff. That seemed really cool, like how it was all modular. Excited to try that out someday. Okay, so we'll try that. I don't think this is gonna sound good, but we'll see what happens. Maybe it works really well, who knows? Let's duplicate the money particle. Call this Sparkles. I'll just call it Sparkle. Yeah, we've been just working on Lured In today. Working on a lot of tiny things today. Oh, I can show you in just a second what we've been up to. But they're all important things, though, for sure. All right, so we've got that going. So Sparkle Particles. So let's just go try it out in a button. If we go into the region menu. So we've got this going here, travel cost. Otherwise, we'll do that. Say Sparkle Particles. And apparently that doesn't have... Oh, right. Okay, let's try this out. It's gonna be stupid. It's gonna sound terrible. It's fine. Just getting a working sound in. We can replace it later. I mean, it wasn't absolutely terrible. I just want like another effect that implies a thing was done without necessarily implying that money was spent, right? That's the goal of this particle. So I guess that could actually work okay. So go into the inkwell. Welcome in. How's it going? Go into the inkwell. Isn't that a... Hold on. Oh, that's unwell. Never mind. What am I working on? I'm working on Lured In. It's my idle fishing game. Just doing some little particle effects right now. I'll show you guys all what the game's all about. Thank you for the follow. Let's see. So I want to go into the aquarium cursor and add that particle into here. So I'll just do that one. Okay. Let me show you guys. All right, so In this game, you can travel to different places to go fishing. Let's wait for a fish here, just to show off the mechanics. Any second. Okay. My controller is vibrating. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So that's the little mini game there. There's a bunch of different random mini games that can happen when you go fishing. This is one of them. So I just caught a fish. I can go back to my aquarium now, and I can put that fish into one of my tanks here. It's dirty, so I'm gonna clean it. But yeah, now this guy is in my tank. He's generating passive income. I've got all these customers that come in, and they make me money. So I'm making $57 per minute. I've got a bunch of dev tools on right now, so I have like billions of dollars. Normally that doesn't happen. But yeah, you can buy upgrades, you can buy research, and then you can also buy Ascension as like the end game stuff in here. But yeah, it's going pretty good. Still being developed. The Steam page is live, so you know, drop a wish list if anybody wants to. But hopefully we'll have this out pretty soon. I'm planning on a July launch. Yeah, if you want to, there's a command. Let's do the game command. There you go. But yeah, July is the planned launch. Instant wish list, let's go. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We'll probably be doing a public playtest really soon, either the end of this month or sometime in April. And that's going to be a chance for everybody to kind of test things out. Thank you for the hydrate. And that'll be before the demo comes out. The demo comes out in May, probably, is the plan for that. Yeah, it's coming along. We've just done a billion little things today. Like working on some little particles like we're just doing. Changing like this to say free instead of $0. A lot of little controller improvements. A lot of changes to this menu just to make it better. Lots of small things, but they all add up a lot. It really helps with just quality of life, the overall experience of playing the game for sure. So it's an idle fishing game specifically. I mean, it is idle. You can close the game and then come back and you'll make money. But it's of course definitely like you can play it actively if you want. So there's really no you don't have to play it idle. It's not quite the same as like mobile idle games in the sense of like there's nothing for you to do when you're in the app. Because I really want to like push away from that issue with idle games, because I hate when it's just like 5 seconds of gameplay, you get on and do some stuff and then close the game. Like, I want people to actually be able to play the game actively and enjoy. So that's why like I've been spending a lot of time on the fishing mechanics and doing a lot of different mini games and stuff like that. Also, I've been adding in a lot of little mechanics that reward you for being online and playing actively, right? So just for example, one of the recent things I did is like a little food boost that you can activate. So your fish are in here while you're online and playing, you can drop some food in here and get like a boost to your income. So just stuff like that I think will really help make actively playing more fun. You can choose to just offline and come back later, or you can, you know, keep running things and making money and fishing and yeah. Let's see, quality of life contributes very much to a game feel. Definitely, yeah. They all add up a lot. That's the one thing I always see missing from indie games all the time, and I'm like, this game would be great, but sometimes the menus are hard to navigate, or there's settings I wish I had, you know? Stuff like that. There's a lot of different fish already. Actually, these are all of the fish in-game. There's a couple more species I added, or drew, that I just haven't added in yet. There's like 5 more or something on the way. We've got a bunch of freshwater guys. a couple different like aquarium fish too. We've got axolotl, beta, corridora. And then we've got some crawly guys that I added recently, and you can't actually fish those guys up normally. I added in fishing pots. So right. Gotta reset that. But you can buy a fishing pot and then drop it inside of a region and wait for fish to crawl into it. So just kind of an alternative way. I want to add in multiple different like forms of fishing, quote unquote. I don't want it to all just be casting out a rod, because I think it'd be cool if you could like go tide pooling. You can drop down a crab pot, just a bunch of different ways to collect creatures. So yeah, like the art, I appreciate it. Yeah, I do not use Sprite. I actually use Krita. It's just an open source drawing program. I've enjoyed it so far. I used to use Paint.net for everything, but Paint.net is problematic because it doesn't have autosaving and stuff. It's like missing a lot of major features. So I've moved away from Paint.net. I'm using Krita now, somewhat recently in the past like 6 months. But it's been nice. I've enjoyed it so far. It's decent for pixel art. You know, I've got some pixel art brushes and stuff set up. Sprite is definitely more catered toward pixel art. I will not lie. Definitely if people want to get into pixel art, I think Sprite is the play. But the thing is I don't want to have to keep opening up 2 different programs. I just want one program that can do everything. So I'm using Krita because I can draw pixel art, but I can seamlessly go from pixel art to drawing regular full res art. And also doing like photo editing and stuff like that. There's just a lot of... I like how versatile Krita is. I feel like I can do anything in Krita. So I value that more so than the tools that Sprite offers, I think. But yeah, Sprite is great. I mean, I used Sprite. I tried it out before. If you're only doing pixel art, I think it's great. But there's just a couple gripes I have with it. It's like the fact that it's really hard to do non-pixel art stuff. I don't want to have to open up a bunch of different programs for every little thing I want to do. Also, I don't like the UI vibe of Sprite. I get that it's a pixel art program, but it's kind of really annoying to have to read all the fonts. And I tried like doing some theme swapping and changing out font files, and I could just never really get it to format properly. There'd always be like weird spacing issues and stuff, and I don't like how they use their own file dialog. I most definitely prefer using the Windows dialog, this one. So I wish those things were different in Sprite, but it's a good program though. I still recommend it to people even though I don't personally use it, so but yeah. Anyways, let's see. So yeah, this particle, I guess it's fine. I'm probably gonna make it a little quieter. So let's go into... Where's that in? Our global UI scene. I'm just gonna quiet it on down there a little bit. Go -5 or something. And then I want to check and make sure that the decorations place. Do I ever lose my voice after streaming on the next day? Definitely. I've already lost my voice right now. I keep having to clear my throat. It's I feel like I have to really strain to talk loud enough. Yeah, this whole weekend my voice has been really shot. I don't know why specifically, but it's been pretty brutal. It is really hard to talk for 4 hours straight and then do that, because I'm literally talking all day long, like 24/7. Because I'm recording shorts and stuff in the morning, and then I'm like right on to game dev streaming stuff, and it's just constant talking. But I think it gets easier with time. Normally, I don't really have too many issues with it, but I don't know, recently it's been really problematic for some reason. We gotta like drink some tea or something, I don't know. Normally, I think in the past it's been better. The one thing that's been frustrating to deal with recently is I have Invisalign right now, so I can't drink anything other than water. Normally I'll have like some tea or something and it really helps my throat a lot. I'm so tired of this Invisalign. I'm almost done. I've only got like 2 more weeks and then it's off. So I'm excited to be done with it. It's so annoying because it makes it really hard to like eat food and stuff. I've just been skipping lunch because it's so inconvenient to have to brush my teeth. The problem that kept happening was I would eat lunch, but I have to brush my teeth right after. So my gums kept getting raw from all the brushing. It's a nightmare. I do, probably you. Yeah, it's rough, but you kind of get used to it, I guess. I don't know why, but parts of this reminds me of Roller Coaster Tycoon. I really like Roller Coaster Tycoon. I think there's probably a lot of influence that has come from that into this, but definitely like it is a fishing game, but more so I think it's also like a business management game. So there's a lot of like, you know, placing down decorations, obviously big similarity, just having like little guys running around your shop, just like with how you have all your customers running around and in a lot of other tycoon games. But yeah, definitely lots of similarities for sure. How often do I stream? I stream on Wednesday and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So 4 times a week. Maybe one day I'll drop Saturday just to have a break in between, because sometimes doing it 3 days in a row can be pretty time consuming and brutal. But we'll see. I forget what Invisalign is for. It's for straightening your teeth. My teeth were already straight because I already got braces when I was a kid. But I guess since I was a kid, my jaw has grown out larger. I kept having this issue where I couldn't bite down normally. Like, it's like my lower jaw was sticking out past my upper teeth. It's a really common issue, apparently. But yeah, it was getting annoying and it was starting to like hurt my jaw. So basically, I have Invisalign to... I'm shifting my lower teeth back a little bit so that I can bite down normally. And yeah, so far it's definitely working, I think. I hope I can get these off in like 2 weeks. There might be like they call it like a refinement period or whatever that I might have to go through. I don't know how long that would end up being, but yeah, I don't know, we'll see. I am very tired of it though. Ever play Roller Coaster Tycoon? It's a pretty fun game. It is difficult to play these days because it's so old. Like you can't really easily... There is a Steam version actually. I didn't realize that. That's so cheap right now. $1. That's actually kind of definitely worth it. But yeah, it's a fun game. There's also like, I think newer... There's like the Roller Coaster Planet or something, which is like the new one. Planet Coaster. This is kind of like a modernized version of the game. So if you're looking for something that's a little more works better with newer hardware and stuff, this is a really solid option. I played Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 or Planet Coaster 1 or whatever. It was pretty fun. My only gripe with all these games, though, is there's so much DLC. I hate it when games are just loaded with DLC. And then they charge you a bunch of extra to get all the DLC. But, you know. It's the chair on the left. Luckily, I've got a command. There we go. DLC, yeah. Is there free DLC for this game? no free DLC. Yeah, I don't know. DLC, it's not as bad, I will say, as microtransactions or loot boxes. I definitely prefer DLC over those. That's for sure. But yeah, there's certain kinds of DLC I like much better though. For example, Factorio has a DLC, and I think it's a prime example of the best way to do DLC. Player favorite. But it's like a whole massive expansion to the game. Like, you are paying almost the same cost, or actually, yeah, the same cost as the base game, but you're literally getting like 4 times more game out of it. That's the way, in my opinion, to do DLC. Do like 1 or 2 big, massive DLCs that add additional content on top of base game. Oh, the spinning of the chair is a point redemption, not a command. But yeah. There you go. Let's go. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's actually a 3D model, the chair on the left. It's not an image. We have like a overlay I've developed, which handles all of our Twitch stuff. See all the things running through here. But yeah, this handles all of our music playing in the background. Literally everything. The hydrate thing you saw, the chair, here it is. But yeah. It's been fun working on this. It's definitely just makes streaming so much easier. I can just have one program to manage all the things for me. Like, even when like thank you for the cheese time. Yeah, that's also in here. There's these little particle emitters here. Yeah, it's very nice to automate streaming stuff. Like, for example, when somebody raids in, I automatically give them a shout out. I don't have to think about doing that manually anymore. So it's very nice. Yeah, it's really cool. I didn't ever do that before. I've streamed a lot of gaming stuff in the past, but I never bothered to do any complicated overlay stuff like that. But it's really cool. I'm doing it in Godot. I'm using Twitcher, which is an add-on for Godot that lets you kind of interface with the Twitch API. And it's been really pleasant to use so far. So yeah, it's been a good time. Thank you for the posture check. Oh. Okay. Anyways, I think we're good to go on a lot of this stuff. We got those going. The money. I don't think there's any other particles I needed. We've got the free travel and then free. There's no free upgrades, so yeah, we should be good to go. Do I have a preferred coding language? Honestly, I really like GD script. It's been kind of nice to use. I like how simple it is, and some people think that simple languages like Python, GD script is very similar to Python. It's almost the same. Some people think that those languages are like bad because of how simple the syntax is and stuff, but I kind of like how fast it is to program. I don't have to worry about brackets and stuff like that. Like, if I want to add a line, I just hit tab and boom, I'm like ready. I do actually really like GD script. Of course, C# is great. That's a classic. I think if I wasn't using GD script, I would probably use C#. Not a huge fan of C++, just because it's complicated. You got to do a lot of manual memory freeing and stuff. C's okay. Java's fine, but Java language is not super optimized. Or like it's got a lot of problems, so I probably wouldn't use Java for a lot of things. I've done so many different ones. But yeah, C# and GDScript are probably my top. JavaScript for web stuff is fine. What other languages have I done? I haven't done a lot of the like more recent ones. I haven't messed with Rust before. Seems like Rust, you know, is neat and interesting, but I don't know. I mean, most of the languages that I like the most are just typically used in a game development context. So just because that's what I do the most. But yeah. This one is Scratch. I think I experimented once with Scratch. I didn't really like do anything real with it, but I think that's like a button-based one, right? It's not like a scripting. Yeah, visual languages I've never really enjoyed. It's like with visual languages, it's you can like get some really basic stuff going quickly, but then if you really get some advanced logic going on, it becomes a nightmare keeping track of all the different visual nodes and everything. That's why I feel like the Unreal's blueprinting system seems like it's interesting, and it does allow non-programmers to make things, but it probably gets really messy quick if you start making like a whole game with it, you know. But yeah, all the languages are good. They all have pros and cons, you know. Even GDScript I don't think is a perfect language. But yeah, I think it just depends. They all have their best and worst use cases, right? Obviously, GDScript is designed as a gaming language. It's designed for making games. So it does pretty good at that, in my opinion. I think it's great for making games. But I probably wouldn't suggest using Godot for other things, though. Like just making a regular old program on Windows, probably better suited toward a different language. Yeah, really languages, like, that's exactly what they are. It's a language. Like, all of these different languages, you're saying the same things, just in a different way. So there's not really any, like, one best language. Like, you can use any language for anything that you want. But, of course, I wouldn't recommend like making a game in assembly or something like that, because it's just so difficult. It would be a nightmare. Visual spaghetti code. It really is, yeah. But yeah, anyways. We've been going for 4 hours. I think we're probably gonna end stream off here. But yeah, we got a load of different things done in here. I mean, really. I'm gonna go write down the things we did in here. So buttons, costs that are free now show free instead of $0. I added the new particle, so particle that emits when you purchase things that are free. I think those are the two other things we did. Yeah, we can keep looking through our list. We did that. Yeah, we got a ton of things done today. I mean, this one. All of these, literally, we got done. Nice. There's still a bunch more things I want to do in here, for sure. But we're on the right track. Eventually we'll get all these done, probably. There's a lot of things to do in here, but I think it'll make the game better. I already did that, I can get rid of that. But it's coming along. I'm excited to start the public playtesting stuff soon. I think that'll be neat. Yeah, anyways, that's gonna be it for today's stream. Thank you everybody for coming in. Be on the lookout, play testers, for a new version somewhat soon. Nothing like in the next couple days, but I'm gonna get started on it. Let's go find somebody to raid. My voice is completely destroyed. Let's see in here. What do we got going on? Let's raid Dobbs. Why not? Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thank you for coming in to the stream. I appreciate it. All right, we got that raid going. Feel free to wishlist Lured in on Steam. I'll drop the link in there. There you go. Feel free to join the Discord. Buy Starground on Steam if you want. It's on sale right now for the spring sale. We'll be live again on Wednesday. Right, today's Sunday. Just making sure. 3:30 MDT. But yeah, go ahead and start this up. Yeah, thank you everybody for coming in. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thanks for the raids and all the stuff. I'll see you guys Wednesday. Bye everybody. Bye bye.